is recording.
All right. All right. It is 12:02 and we're convening the August 12th, 2024 meeting of Vermont Community Broadband Board. Board members in attendance, we have Dan Nelson, Holly, Brian, myself. We're expecting Laura shortly. She's not here yet. Christine, do you want to do roll call with staff?
Yeah, Jenny's going to do it today. So go ahead, Jenny.
Sure. So in attendance, we have Christine Halquest, Tony Clitheroe, Christina Sweet, Rob Fish, Alyssa Matthews, Alexi Montserrat, myself, Jenny Rayboyne, Lucy Fortier, and Heron Herzog.
Okay, great. I make a motion to approve the agenda as provided in our board packet. Is there a second? Second, Holly, second.
I believe there was one small change that we have actually three
We'll open
public
it up to
comments.
discussion, Rob.
Sorry. We have three public comments listed on the meeting. That was an error. Which one's the one that we wanted to remove?
Number seven, please.
Yep.
All right, so item number 7, we will delete.
There's 24.
So we'll have the opening public comment as item 3, and then we'll have closing public comment as item 13, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Any other changes to the agenda? I see that Laura has joined us. Hi, Laura.
You're on mute, Laura.
Hello, no additions.
Okay. Any other discussion on the agenda? All right, hearing none, all those in favor of the agenda as modified, please say aye.
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 Opposed, the ayes carry 5-0. First action item on our agenda is item 2, approval of the minutes, July 29th. I'll make a motion to approve the minutes as provided in our board packet. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Dan. And it looks like all board members were in attendance so that we can all vote on this one. Any discussion on the minutes for July 29th? Hearing none, all those in favor of the minutes, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes carry 5-0. We have special meeting that's same date. That's it, right? Okay. We did July 29th meeting. They're just the bookmarks are off. It's just the one set of minutes. Is that correct?
I think so.
All right.
That is correct.
All right. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm looking at the bookmarks and I got myself confused. Let's go. Sorry. So just the one set of meeting minutes. Next, we'll move on to item 3 in the agenda, which is public comment.
Yep, Rob's going to manage that one.
Okay.
Sure. Does anyone have public comment? Please raise your hand online, or if you're in the room, speak up. I don't see anybody going once, going twice. There's been no public comment for the first public comment session of the meeting.
All right. Thank you, Rob, for carrying that item forward for us. Let's move to item 4, which is the BEAD timeline update. Christine, you want to tee it up? Or?
Yeah, I'm going to turn it right over to Alexi. He's got this.
Yeah, except I just minimized my screen. Hold on. Oh boy. Now I've done it. Okay.
There you go.
All right.
You got it.
Okay, so as we know, we've now got official approval of our volume 2. So we are actually able to have a little bit more predictability in our system. However, there are still things out there that will inevitably push this around a little bit, including final approval of our challenge data and then cleaning up the remainder of the ARPA grant so that we can remove those addresses officially from what's eligible for BEAD. So we are gonna slip the posting of the draft RFA until next week, but still hopeful that that will be out well ahead of the time when anyone has to really do anything with it. The goal here is to put it out for public viewing and questions. So what we'd like to do is, as people look through it, we will plan to set up a little portal on the same page that the RFA will appear on that will allow people to ask questions. And then we will take those and do a couple things with them. One, there will be a series of trainings, including a training solely on the RFA. We're hoping for late August for that. So we'll use those questions to help fine tune that session. And then we'll also then answer those publicly as a sort of FAQ that we'll try to keep running as we go through, just to keep as much communication outward as we can keep doing. So then the next thing is to host a range of workshops on all the different requirements for BEAD. Right now, we're looking at a pre-proposal window of here it says 25 September. It's probably going to slip about 2 weeks in order to accommodate added data. But the timing between everything else will more or less stay the same. And then we review the pre-proposals. If there's project area changes that we'll make, then we'll announce what those are and post the final areas. And then looking at a full proposal window opening, push that 2 weeks toward the end of November, and keeping that open for about a month and a half. We'll run into a couple of holidays there. It makes it a little bit complicated, but
and then, the
yep.
workshops that you're targeting for this action stuff, will they be dispersed across the state?
So we're in the process of onboarding our BEAD support consultant, and we're going to work with them to do that. The plan at the moment is to have them virtual.
Okay.
So these would be essentially webinars with then a time for Q&A, and then scheduling periodic office hours, and then so that people we'll all just be there should people have questions. And then keeping the FAQ updated.
Okay, thank you.
I have to ask, just so I can get rid of the thought. Alexi, that's a position that is in the budget we just passed.
That budget, or that item is in the initial proposal funding request for BEAD.
And was also in the board budget.
Oh,
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, under our consulting line item.
And paid for by BEAD funding.
Correct.
Yes. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's the scope of what that person does? You advise grantees, but that person advises grantees with regard to specific BEAD compliance? Or BEAD,
So yeah, I mean, I can share the scope of work. It is essentially staffing support for all of the different pieces of things that we need to do, from things like trainings to the subrecipient selection process, running the mapping, different, as we take in the applications, we're going to be faced with a whole bunch of different scenarios of what people would like to do. And so working with them to map those out. And
that person reports.
They're documenting all of those things, and I'll be managing that.
Yeah,
That's
and it's a team of consultants. So I mean, it'll be more than one person. It's a vendor,
Yeah.
yes.
And we haven't signed the contract, so
So we can't tell you.
quite announce who it is, but
Okay,
But-
thank you.
Let's
Thank
move
you.
forward.
Filling in the blanks.
oh yeah, Laura does have her.
I'm sorry, did
Laura,
you call
you
on me?
have-
Yes.
Yes.
Just to follow up on Patty's question about location of the meetings, and Alexi, I heard you say that they would be virtual, scheduling office hours. I just want to come back to something an issue I've raised a couple of times around where we make ourselves available. We've had several training sessions in Burlington or the Chittenden County area, and that creates a 6 to 7 hour travel window for folks traveling from far away in Vermont, farther away in Vermont. And so I would really like to have us having our office hours and public availabilities centrally, either in Montpelier, where there are ample car chargers for people driving electric vehicles and telecommunications infrastructure, or even more centrally in Randolph, where there are probably less car chargers and more expense. So just wanting to check in. Are we anticipating office hours to be out somewhere other than those two locations?
At the moment, the plan would be to have the office hours virtual, online, so that partly to eliminate some of these constraints on people being able to get places. And similarly with the trainings themselves.
And but Alexi, are you not required to hold an in-person location?
No, there isn't a requirement for that. It's not a public meeting in that sense. We'll have an invite list of all of the different vendors and ISPs and like that. So it's really technical trainings on things like Build America, Buy America compliance,
Okay.
the whole environmental permitting process, which is quite robust. We still have a couple of labor requirement issues to cover. So it'll be items like that.
Okay, that's terrific. And other BEAD associated meetings will be taking place in Montpelier and or Randolph? Question mark.
Yes, duly noted. I'll just.
Yeah,
We won't.
Well,
If
certainly.
we have a public meeting, we will hold them in Montpelier or Randolph.
Great. Thanks so much. Thanks for your work
Yep.
on this, Alexi. Looks good.
Okay, great. So then, that carries us through, where we're looking at submitting the final proposal probably in early April. NTIA has informed us that they're going to be very involved in our subrecipient selection process. So partly with the hope that as we keep them informed about exactly where we are, that makes the final proposal approval process quite a bit quicker. Can't guarantee that, but that's the hope. Any other questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead, Laura.
What do we know about what very involved in means?
We already have a weekly meeting with our federal program officer. That meeting will begin to become significantly about how it is that we are implementing the program. So as always, NTIA's role is to make sure that we are doing what it is we said we would do in volume 2. So it's a process assurance issue vice any kind of substantive engagement with our decisions or what it is that we're doing.
Okay, so I think what I just heard you say, Alexi, in my mind was this will be to ensure that we are staying true to the process, monitoring our compliance with the process, and not an increase in decision making by the NTIA where it is our decision making.
That is correct. And it's helpful because, again, they'll have a better understanding of where we are and how we got where we got, and making sure that we're documenting everything properly and kind of helping us in that process so that final document is really pretty bulletproof in the event that there are any issues that come up.
Great, thank you.
Is the NTIA doing that for all entities?
I am assuming so. Our officer didn't specifically mention that they are, but I
Yeah,
assume so.
there
Yeah.
is.
Every state has a federal program.
Right.
Okay, so there's a, got it.
My question was it clay? Is it clay? Is that?
Yes.
Any other questions? Laura, are you done with questions? Your hand is still up.
Yes, sorry, Patty. I'm having challenges here, minimizing
worries.
it.
We're all having technical challenges today. All right, any other questions of Alexi? Thank you very much, Alexi, for the presentation. Hearing none, let's move on to item 5, which is the affordability policy presentation. Holly, do you
Yeah.
want to see this?
Sure.
I'd like to say a
love
few
to.
words about that first, Holly, if you don't mind.
Please do.
Yeah, I just wanted to share with the board that, we strongly support this policy. If you look at that, there's really 3 drivers, and I know this has been a long haul for the board and the participants involved, the CUDs, but I think we're in a good spot. If you look at affordability, it was called out in the auditor's report, and then the board responded appropriately to start developing a plan. It's certainly been called out in Act 71, and even though the BEAD program is directed by federal government, it's a very critical part of the BEAD policy. So I think this is really the best possible outcome. So I think, speaking for staff, we strongly support this policy.
Thank you, Christine. I'll turn the floor over to Holly.
Well, that was a nice way to start, Christine. Thank you very much. The initial work on accountability policies began in the spring of 2023. And actually, we were working on policies back in 2022. I harken back to the first group meeting on affordability, which was in August 31 of 2023, almost a year ago. And so because it's taken so long, I wanted to start by thanking the staff and the board for your patience, and primarily the grantees, who I think really had to struggle with attitudinal issues as well as language issues. And I think we have come to a good place, but it wasn't easy. And I do thank you all for the efforts you made to make your perspectives known, especially to me. Legislation regarding broadband consistently ties funding to the word affordability that it almost appears as a standard phrase, affordable broadband. That's what we all talk about. And that is, in fact, the goal of government funding. Government is not indifferent to whether accessibility includes both physical accessibility and financial accessibility. But few groups, few organizations, few states, few in Congress have come to terms with what that really means. The VCBB, in my opinion, is accountable to evaluate whether the federally funded programs are able to or have rendered broadband that is reasonably affordable for Vermont. And that's my mindset, and I hope that suits the board. This policy focuses on balance, the balance between sustainable business plans and efforts to implement affordability. Where states like New York have tried to fill the hole in the federal definition of affordability by setting a minimum price for service, well, that well-intentioned public service initiative has met stiff opposition and has landed the state in court with an argument that's an arm wrestling match about regulated rates. That is not our goal. We do not attempt any such control here. What we seek to do is to hold the VCBB accountable to continue the conversation on affordability by hearing from grantees about their outreach initiatives, their pricing decisions, and their audited income. In short, I want to acknowledge that true affordability for Vermonters will never happen without the grantees. It's their choice. I feel it's their obligation upon receipt of public funding. But what we propose here is to keep the VCBB informed and evaluating the impact of rural broadband on the delivery of affordability. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. Tony, do you want to chime in on anything, or I know you had a hand in working on crafting the revised policy?
Well, I only want to thank everyone for all of their hard work and cooperation, especially Holly, who was drafting into the wee hours of the morning just last week. So no, we're very optimistic that this policy will be approved by the board.
And I have to say, when I faltered, Tony was always there going, that, wait. So, thank you.
Thank you both. I'll just, my reaction to the latest draft in our board packet and having read through previous versions, I think this strikes a really nice balance with what we're enacted through Act 71, language with Act 71, and what you put in front of us. So I'm very happy with it. I have no other comments other than that. For all your hard work.
Great. So we do have a few little revisions, and the final, so
Tony, before we go there, it would be great for us, I think, if we have any feedback from the board on the draft as published in the board book. I know Brian Otley caught a typo, a word exchange on his cell phone within seconds of receiving it. So you don't want to miss the benefit of board review. And then we did have a public hearing on the policy last week, and our partners, our grantee partners, did come up with some good suggestions that we'd like to meld in the final that we vote on.
Okay.
Very small changes.
I would like to hear what those changes are and then open it up to any other discussion for the board.
Okay.
all right, very good. So I'm gonna ask Ginny if she can pull it up.
Are you able to highlight those changes for us?
She should have the red line. Ginny, I just sent over the red line. I guess,
Yep.
I'm sorry,
I'm
is this in our
sharing.
email?
Can you see it?
no, that's not it.
We see a version of the policy, but it doesn't have a red line on it.
So-
Patty, I'm sorry, has this come to us in our email? Again, I'm having some trouble with seeing things on the screen.
The
We all are.
version in the board packet is what you would have received for the policy. I don't believe we've seen any of the red
It
line.
came, yeah, the red line came in over confidential cover, Friday,
I didn't see that.
Oh, I did not see it either.
It's marked red line? Yep.
yes. And.
And on what date?
Friday.
6:30.
Friday,
There it is.
there it is. So I can try to, if you want me to walk
So,
through this.
so was it sent, since my old eyes don't get there, was it sent by Ginny?
No, I sent it by confidential cover, Friday with some other confidential materials.
Okay, so that's in our state email.
It should be in your personal one too. But I'll start just the first change was, legislature to legislation. This is the typo that Brian caught. Thank you, Brian. So we made that change. And then the next change really was just shortening what was a long sentence into two sentences, and then adding in the footnote, if you direct your attention down to the footnote, Jenny, if you can scroll down. But this is a change that I made to address Laura's concerns about the prioritization of affordability in the board's review of grant agreements or applications. And as you can see, we added language here that says affordability, makes it clear that affordability is one of 7 criteria as opposed to the only criteria for prioritization, which was, I believe, was Laura's concern. So we addressed that there. Does anyone have any questions about that?
I would love to have a comment and questions for the board when you're through with this, but on this piece, unless you would like me to ask that now.
Sure, go for it.
Okay, so I really appreciate the work that Tony did going back and forth to better understand the problem that I was having with this. And I do, I'm happy with the policy as it is now. It's really important to me that I am sure that the board understands that affordability is one of 7 criteria by which we are to prioritize, which requires balancing. I think this policy meets that objective. But it's really important to me that we're clear on that. And that was the challenge that I was having all along.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Ellen?
Laura, as you go through those 7 criteria, are we going to be writing policies on each of them, in your opinion?
We could.
Okay, thank you.
So moving on to the second page, we made a change under Vermont 2C to reflect Ellie's concerns about the accounting for extended draw costs. So instead of cost, we change it to fee. So it's the average fee charged by the grantee for standard installation. And I think I missed, there was a change we did for Janelle. Where's that?
Can I make a comment about that, the way that change is framed?
Yes.
Ally was correct in her assessment that there are situations where it's not the fee charged, but the policy that impacts affordability, because the policy for installations, it's often that, up to a certain number of feet, the grantee or the carrier, the ISP, will make the installation for a specific rate. But beyond that, you're on your own. And I think we want to keep in focus the category other, and this only. I think average fee is a nice numeric metric, but I think we also need to understand the policy for installation charges. That what the operating rule is there.
Do you mean I'm not sure what you mean by policy.
Well, okay, so this is not our policy, but rather the business practice of the grantee. Yeah, so the average fee charge, that's an average for standard installation costs, and the policy, and the operating, what do we call those things? Operating practices for installation.
Or non-standard draw.
Fine.
Are
What's
you
that?
proposing wording?
Even standard drops have costs sometimes.
Okay, well, so for drops, or instance, we use the word installation, we don't get quite crazy about what was a drop and what wasn't a drop.
So just in the operating standards for installation.
Thank you.
Okay.
So what is the change exactly to the wording?
So just adding and the operating, I can't see mine. And the operating practices for installation. So that
At the end of the sentence.
yes, so it reads the average fee charged by grantee to grantee customers for standard installation costs during the reporting period and the operating practices for installation.
Yeah,
I hate to split hairs on this one.
Yeah.
But I think a lot of them will be zero cost because they might be right on the road and that's within your bucket.
and that'll
Is
drive
that
down
fair?
the average.
And that's going to drive the average down. So if we could, I hate to put language in there like this, but there are those that fall in this is right on the fairway and there are no costs. And then this is what we've charged for those in excess and
Yeah,
put them in
we
two
could
different
just take
buckets.
out
I hate to do
average.
that, but
We could take out average.
just a description of, because otherwise it's going to drive your average
Yeah,
Exactly.
totally
way
right.
down and it's
Totally right.
From what we've seen so far, all of the CUDs either cover the cost of standard aerial drops or it's within 400 feet is covered.
So I now have the fee charged by grantee to grantee customers for standard installation costs during the reporting period and the operating practices for installation. Does that work?
That works for me. Any concern?
It gives us, I think that's fine.
Okay. Brian and Laura, does that work for you?
Yes.
Thank you. Brian?
Yep.
And we also made a change for Janelle, and now I'm having a hard time. Oh, there it is. It's at the very end of the policy overview paragraph. It had read affordability as used in the policy refers to the economic accessibility of service for consumers who reside. We changed that located. So it's service for consumers located along VCBB funded networks. And that was, Janelle raised a good point about, businesses, nonprofits, et cetera.
Affordability is not just about residences.
Makes sense.
Oh, sorry, I forgot to highlight that one first time. But other than that, that captures the changes that.
And actually 2B's change also reflects a non-household customer.
Yes.
So at the
Potential
end, the
customer.
word household was struck
Yes.
in favor of customer.
That makes sense. Great. Any discussion on the policy in front of us with the new, with the red line version of the policy, the changes we discussed? Right, hearing none, I make a motion to approve the affordability policy with the red line version and the change that we just made in the group today. Is there a second?
I'd like to second it.
Yeah. Do you want to first it?
It's fine.
Right, Holly seconded the proposal or the policy. Any further discussion?
Yes. This policy is an exchange of ideas. This is a conversation, but it's only as good as the people who are driving the conversation. So Alexi, Rob, Christine, Tony, this is your opportunity to implement the board's policy by ensuring that our review, and if it's the KPI format that we're using, it has to be looked at carefully in this context to make sure that the VCBB is holding itself accountable. And fellow board members, it's up to us to articulate our analysis, our conclusions on what we're doing. Thank you very much. This was the singular most important thing to me in this entire exercise. I do appreciate it.
Well said. All right, let's call for a vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Bye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes carry 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Holly, thanks for all your work on this.
Yes, thank you.
Laura,
Thank
thank
you,
you.
Holly. very well done.
Thank you all. Well, thank you all.
Excellent. All right, that moves us to item 6 on the agenda. Sustainability plan, Memorial Fiber Net.
Yeah, I'll
Christine, you want to
open
do
that.
stuff?
Yep, I'll queue it up. First, I want to say thanks to Lisa for taking leadership on that. And thanks to the CUDs that participated and agreed to the sustainability plan. You know, this was actually a requirement that the board put in place with the grant. So this we proposed that this successfully completes that requirement. And I think you'll see that the work that Lisa has done and working in cooperatively with Consolidated was excellent work. And certainly I want to thank Consolidated as well for being flexible on this. Go ahead, Lisa.
Thanks, Christine. Hi, everyone. Lisa Birmingham, Memorial Fiber Net. Let me first say, I'm here because nobody else could drive to Montpelier. Terry Dorsey, Laura Black from Southern Vermont and Otter Creek, and Jeff Tilton, my board chair, they're all on. And I am the tip of the iceberg. There was a huge group, well, not a huge group, a very small group of dedicated Vermonters working on this. So all 3 CUDs spent a good portion of this year working on this plan together, collaborating, and we had terrific support from our partner Consolidated in doing so. So I want to first thank the Sustainability Working Group. We had 2 or 3 representatives from each CUD who met basically every other week for several months. And in recognition of the grant condition, but more importantly, we had a common partner, common compliance obligations, state and federal, and to our towns, to our constituents. And then we had common interest, long-term interest, one of which was minimizing the expense and ensuring that our constituents in our towns got what they deserved over the long haul. So it was in your packet. I'm happy to go through or just take questions, but I did want you to know that this has been a tremendously collaborative effort, and I am just the mouthpiece today, not just representing all the work behind it.
Yeah, Lisa, this was not in our packet, just a heads up.
Okay.
It's in the confidential materials.
Yeah, I didn't know that came out. I didn't see it.
Okay. So I'm going to circulate, if you'd like, in fashion. I have a 2-pager, their materials. So I'll go through this then in a little bit more detail. Hopefully folks can follow along on the screen. But as Christine mentioned, this time last year, we offered, and then the VCBB conditioned our grant on us putting together a sustainability plan that had 4 elements. We had governance and succession planning, compliance and oversight, revenue opportunities, which is essentially funding, and program planning. So what you see here addresses all, what's in your packet, and what you see here addresses all 4 elements, and is fully funded for 10 years. For us, the important piece here is
I have a question, Lisa.
Yeah, sure.
Hang on a second.
Yeah.
And it's really it's a protection.
Yeah.
For you. This was sent to us as confidential material, but we're having this discussion in open session. Is there something I'm missing here?
No, the materials were sent to you confidentially because they were in draft. I don't believe all the agreements have been signed yet.
There's agreements being signed
Memorandums of understanding. We're waiting for a final signature.
between whom and whom?
It's the 3 CUDs and Consolidated.
Before the board reviews this?
So
Want to finish your presentation, then we'll have that conversation.
that'd be great.
And
That'd be great.
I just want to interrupt. Tony, I don't see this. I'm trying to find it right now in the email. I don't see it. Am I missing it?
Um,
Do you guys get it?
Yeah, I got it.
But we don't have a copy of the agreement. We just have this, right?
You have
It's in the
It's a little-
materials.
It's a slightly different document, Patty, but it's called draft LFCUD, comma OCCUD, something PDF.
Yeah, it's draft.
So as we've talked about board packets, if it's not in the packet, it doesn't get seen. And this is a prime example. I'm trying to find it and I don't see it. So far I'm not finding it. I
It's
hopefully
not in
will
the
find
board.
it.
Yeah, it's not in the board packet.
Right, I understand it's not in the board packet, but if it doesn't hit the board packet, you run the risk of board members not seeing it. I won't take any action on this. I haven't read it. I don't know what. So I'm gonna hold firm to our policy about things in the board packet need to go out with a board packet. Because that's what I look at for my review, and if I don't see it after that packet's been reviewed, I've got one day that I'm gonna review VCBB material, and I might be out hiking for 3 days, and I don't have the chance to see it. In this case, I haven't seen the material, so, you know, my hat is on. My hat is
Can I
on
ask
a policy that you don't take it up for action unless it's been in the board packet.
I don't believe this is an item for board action. I believe that this Lisa is informing the board about the sustainability arrangements that the three CUDs have reached with Consolidated. And so this is just her opportunity to.
Understood.
Can't give her feedback.
Right, exactly. Exactly.
So here's,
Yeah.
yeah, so shooting from the hip. Here, so we have item 14 on the agenda. Is our grant, I think it's 14, it might be different, is our request for additional funding for our our final phase 2 of our universal service plan. We're requesting our remaining ARPA funds. As a condition of our underlying grant, in order to amend it, we have to present you with the sustainability plan. So it was a 1-2 punch. I'm happy to condition approval upon subsequent review of our sustainability plan, as we've done before, right? It's up to you. I leave it to you. I appreciate the conundrum that you're in. We're prepared, but let's not, if people haven't had the chance to absorb it, because I would prefer that you ask questions and feel good about what we're doing.
Especially since you've obviously worked hard to do a good job.
Yeah. I'm highly confident. So
I welcome the presentation today, but we should have the ability to ask questions of your presentation
of course,
at a follow-up meeting.
Can I ask a really silly question? Can I get online here somehow?
Yes, there is I've
This
got Dave
SOP
Vermont
guest.
guest. I am not sure, however, what the password is for that.
I didn't need one. I
Okay,
haven't
great.
been in this
Then-
building in 10 years.
Christine has her hand up.
Christine, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just asking a process question. I want to make sure I get this right from what your request to get everything out with the board packet. We have separate confidential materials. Are you saying you want those materials sent out in the same email? Is that what I'm hearing the request?
So as we taught, we have a policy relative to board packets, and you can send material to board members that's confidential, and it can go just to board members under a confidential send. But it needs to be sent out together. Because you run the risk of board members, me specifically, I didn't see this. I logged in and read my pack of material on Thursday, and I haven't been back to the VCBB site to see this. So I had no clue it was in there.
No, I understand. We had a rough week this week. I don't think we got the board packet, the confidential materials out until almost 7 o'clock Friday evening. And I guess I could have sent stuff out piecemeal, but I waited till we had everything and then sent it all together.
Well, just a heads up email that there's more than one part would also help.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Sorry about that.
Go ahead. I'm sorry, Holly, go ahead.
No, all I said was, I'm sorry that we didn't see it, and, I'm sorry that you worked till nighttime on Friday, and then we didn't see it. So,
We'll make sure it doesn't happen again.
but I
Yeah,
think what
yeah.
we should do, Madam Chair, is hear the presentation.
Exactly. I would like to hear the presentation.
And if you could decode as much as you can, given the fact that we don't have any context, that'd be great. Like whatever the triumvirate is and so.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. I just wanted to clarify that, I understand your request, Patty.
Okay. So what we'll do, I'll walk through it. If you have questions now, great. If you have questions, we can put it on the agenda. I would hope for next time. As I said, we view this, your approval of this plan or confirming that it satisfies the grant condition as a basis for our moving forward with phase 2. And our phase 2 application is later this afternoon. So, yep. So everything's going back to last summer and fall. So last September, we offered a letter that said, because we appreciated our partner, Consolidated, has a very strong business model. Its sustainability and viability is supported by a certificate of public good and business plan and access to capital. And the VCBB understandably wanted to understand, well, if Lamoille has no independent revenue, how are you going to ensure compliance and oversight? What's your plan? What's your governance? And so that was the task that was set out for us. It had 4 elements. As I said earlier, governance and succession planning, compliance and oversight, exploring revenue opportunities because last August there were none, and program planning. So the plan, which we've been working on with our colleagues at Otter Creek in southern Vermont, addresses all 4. And highlighted on this page is simply the actions that Lamoille and Otter Creek and southern Vermont have taken. All of us, or 2 out of 3 of us, have taken to date, so that you have you can see our path forward and the commitments we've made. So this is a 10-year strategic plan. It's a collaboration, as I said, between the 3 CUDs. It consolidates compliance and oversight while enabling local control, local programming opportunities. And then it calls for a biennial review of governance and compliance to make sure that we're on the right track and that we make adjustments. We picked biennial because it's a Vermont thing, right? The legislature meets every 2 years, so will we. So since you approved our application last fall, we executed a comprehensive master services agreement with Consolidated, which Tony, of course, reviewed. And that has continuity planning. It covers change of ownership, asset transfers, defaults, and non-renewal through 2044. And then Lamoille in March, and then Lamoille in March updated our administrative budgets. The board did, our board, to extend as a plan, as part of a plan to get us through 2026 when ARPA funds expire. We revised our administrative budget. We also then in May executed, we had been working with Otter Creek in southern Vermont informally, and we formalized that with an MOU. And basically aligning, okay, here's what we're going to accomplish, and also agreeing to share costs, certain costs, for example, legal fees, when it was relevant. So we reached that agreement. We executed that in May of 2024. We also continued to plan and then reached agreement with our partner to fund the administration and compliance for 8 years beyond ARPA. So from 2027 to 2034, Consolidated agreed to an annual payment for that, and I'll get into more detail. So, and then finally, our board, Otter Creek, approved this past month the sustainability plan. It's in your packet. It's our boards voted to approve a formal resolution, which is basically the translation of the plan you're about to see into a resolution format. It's not intended to be any different. And Southern Vermont is scheduled to approve that this month. They've been an integral partner and they're following along. It's just their timing was slightly different. So next slide, and there you have it. So basically, we've got the 3 CUDs planned to fund our governance and oversight of 24, 25, 26 with ARPA funds, and then shift to in 27 through 34 to a CCI funded program. From a governance perspective, during the first 3 years from now through 2026, each CUD remains self-governing, continuing to explore options and contingencies. We're heavily reliant, of course, on our partnership agreement as well as Chapter 82, which is the CUD statute. We're looking for ways to make sure, and this is a common conundrum in Vermont, right? We're looking for a way to make sure that we meet the needs of our specific communities, but find some efficiencies through consolidation. We have spent the last several months planning and budgeting, and clearly remaining 3 independent is going to drive cost higher, which means that, well, they'll just drive cost higher. So again, we anticipate that in 2026 that we'll be doing a considerable amount of work deciding whether or not to merge or continue on independently. The compliance.
And when you're thinking about that, is that all 3 or?
Yes. Well, it depends on what our towns want to do,
Yeah.
right? The other focus in 24, 26, I'm going to drop right down to the program planning, is we want to finish our universal service plans. All 3 CUDs are definitely on track to do that before 2026, in fact, 2025. So our primary focus is construction. And then, of course, any of grant compliance and participation in local programming. So for example, Lamoille, we have local ARPA grant commitments, which we're creating a program to help subsidize non-standard drops for some of our constituents. So that may take up time and effort in 25. I don't expect funds will last until 26. We also will be having single federal audits in 24, 25, and possibly 26. So it's a lot of work. The triumvirate is what we've contemplated, is that each CUD will delegate an individual to work with a shared contractor who's going to administer grant reporting and compliance, communications with CCI and to our boards. So that's the triumvirate, is really just this, the nucleus of people that are going to do the regular heavy lifting. We have all 3 of us have engaged boards, and as evidenced by the sustainability working group, which was a terrific alignment. So that's 2024 through 2026. Then 2027 through 2034 is what I would consider sustainability mode. We've finished our construction, we've closed out our grants, and now we're moving on to making sure that we're in grant compliance, that our partner, if you recall, I refer to the umbrella as Schedule D, which is network performance, customer service, and certain community commitments that Consolidated embraced and committed to. We want to make sure that those are fulfilled. And so that's kind of the ongoing compliance and administration for the CUDs. We anticipate that those later years are going to be less active, simply because we're all meeting monthly now as a board, and then in between board meetings, biweekly, et cetera. But once construction is done and closed out, we anticipate that it'll require less administrative time. So yeah, the triumvirate is going to be the point of contact that oversees reporting and compliance. We'll have a shared contractor for administrative support. Other initiatives, so CCI has agreed to fund our administration and compliance costs. So things like our annual accounting, annual audit,
To what extent?
legal fees, to an extent that so that was part of the confidential materials. And we developed yes, we developed a budget based on current experience and projected experience from all three CUDs. And that other initiatives, so for example, there's some enthusiasm in some parts for digital equity efforts and programs, that those will be funded independently. We'd apply either independently as an individual CUD or as 3 CUDs to participate in, and those grants would self-fund those programs. So, and then, as I said, the idea would be that sometime early in 2034, 10 years from now, I won't be here. I'll be up on Lake Eden, I hope, or something like that. But that the CUDs, the representatives, will have finalized the next long-term plan. And these are strategic plans with certain benchmarks and reporting deadlines and cadences. But that's the idea. It's we all felt that more than 10 years was really pie in the sky. I mean, it's just too far ahead, but we put a framework together and committed to every 2 years to review the governance structure and how things were going, and that was good enough. And I would emphasize that we have very high confidence in our partner and in our agreement with our partner that has a 20-year commitment to service quality, network performance, and other things. So, yeah, that's it.
Can I make a couple comments? So, congratulations. That's a lot of work.
Yeah. I think the fans are out there. I think Jeff Tilton, Laura Black, Terry Dorsey, and some members of the committee are somewhere out there. So,
well, congratulations to the screen.
yeah.
Okay. 2 comments. Since we just came off the affordability policy, a lot of the things that you're talking about monitoring will fit so nicely within that exercise.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's great. And especially I'm grateful to the citizens in those towns who are listening carefully to what was promised and ensuring that it's delivered. Awesome. Separately, it's just a little bit unfortunate that we call this sustainability, because I come to the party thinking of sustainable business plans as part of a grant obligation. And so this is about sustainability of your CUDs.
Mm-hmm.
And I get where that word came from, but just for the record and for the board, I wanted to ensure that we recognize there's 2 different kinds of sustainability going on. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I would say, consolidate, this consolidated sustainability, I think, has been demonstrated. So the CUDs, as CUDs, we're not worried about that. And that's why our contract, our master services agreement with them gives us confidence. And then I think they're still in the middle of their transference of a CPG, but.
You have to know,
yeah,
I appreciate what you're saying.
Yeah.
But I hope that the staff in its review will stick to a sustainability, a review of a sustainability business plan. Yeah, I happen to come from Detroit, and I grew up with my father saying, so goes General Motors, so goes the nation. these companies are too big to fail nonsense. So we just have to be consistent. So I appreciate that you've got positive energy on that. That's great.
Thank you. From an approvals standpoint, our cover letter mentions this, that, two of the three CUDs have approved or the plans, and we also have a memorandum of understanding with our partner Consolidated. If the idea is that once our phase two, once and if and once our phase two plan is approved and the sustainability plan is approved, that then we would turn it over to our lawyers, our very capable lawyers, to adjust the contracts, to update the contracts for the additional payment to the CUDs. So, but the MOU is has been signed by Consolidated, Lamoille, and Otter Creek, and Southern Vermont is poised.
And so what you're saying is that you're, you call it the operating agreement? Consolidated?
Yeah.
The operating agreement will be amended to
Yeah.
reflect the MOU.
Yeah, whatever our lawyers advise, yeah, to make sure that this new arrangement for 27 to 34 is in place. And we'd be happy to have Tony take a look at that again as well, like we did last time.
I just would mention that I am remiss because this goes to seeing the packet. I said that there was no notice. There was notice that there was going to be additions to this board packet on August 7th through an email by Ginny. That doesn't talk about the delivery time of the second part, but it did put us on notice that there was a separate email coming, which I completely missed.
Yeah, and I'll just follow up with that. I did send a text to Christine asking the material was, because I had a finite amount of time to review packet material. And I didn't see, you said, Christine, it was on its way, and my window closed of when I could access a computer, so I didn't see the material. Lisa, thank you very much for the presentation.
Patty, may I ask you a question?
Sure.
If it's just you and I who missed the material, should we go into executive session if other board members wish to ask questions about materials that they have reviewed? If they got it?
Is there anything that is, do other board members have questions? I see Laura's hand is up. If we have to go into executive session, we can take that up.
Right.
But I'm not hearing any reason why we need to go into executive session yet. Laura, do you have a question or a comment?
Well, I have another question now, which is, I'm not sure that I understand, Holly, what you were asking.
There evidently were materials pertaining to this sustainability plan that went out, under separate cover to the board. And I know I didn't even realize they were coming. Patty didn't get them in time to see them. And you, Brian, and Dan may have both known they were coming and reviewed them. And I thought, since you prepared by reviewing those documents, or maybe you did, that you ought to have the opportunity to ask any questions based on that review here in this meeting, since that may have happened for you. And that was the nature of my question.
I thought you were asking about going into executive session.
Well, they were sent undercover for confidentiality, I presume. So are they confidential?
The only thing that was confidential was we requested was the financial split, the budget.
The budget split. Yeah. Between the three or between the Consolidated?
The proposed budget for the 10-year plan.
Yeah.
So that was it. And
Okay,
Again,
and so
if you're
that
not-
information was not on the slide. I'm sorry, Lisa, that the slides that you just showed.
Correct, that was not. I'm happy, so I have gotten permission to share that, but my feeling is that if you guys want to deliberate, review the materials on your own time, I'm fine with my board. I hope we're all fine with that. We don't
So-
want to slow the grant application down though, because our mission in getting a grant approved, like last year, was we want to get into consolidated construction budget for 2025
I get that.
and
Understood.
commit the ARPA funds now.
Understood.
So I have a number of comments about how pleased I am about all of this. I do have a question about the budget amount and the payment terms. And so I don't know if that is a question for executive session or for open session, but it is definitely one that I don't want to wait on, considering that folks are moving.
Do you want to take that, Lisa?
I'm
in
happy to
executive
take the-
session Or public?
For everyone's convenience, I'm looking for Laura, my board chair, and Laura, and
Laura
Terry.
Black is the only person that I can see on my screen. How about that?
Laura, are you asking, I'm gonna help you.
Well, I just want to
Are
make
you
sure
asking if Laura Black objects to taking questions
on the budget.
on the budget? Maybe Laura would reply. Intent, raise her hand.
This is Terrence Dorsey from Southern Vermont. I have no objection.
Thanks, Terry.
And this is
Laura. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, no objections.
Okay, great. So if I might, I would just remind members of the board that 2 of the 3 of these partnership construction grants for these partnerships I did not approve, I did not vote for, and that was because of the issue which is most dear to me, which is accountability. And I certainly agree with Holly around the sustainability of business plans and hope that the staff will take that seriously. For me, the sustainability of accountability is very, very important. And I want to thank Lisa in particular and the 3 UDs collectively for undertaking this effort to create some more accountability for their neighbors. It's exactly the type of partnerships, efficient partnerships, that I and many other legislators had in mind. And so thank you. And my question is this, around the payment terms, and I apologize, I did not catch this on my first review, or I would have asked this in advance of the meeting. I'm a little concerned about CCI making annual payments. And I wonder if the 3 CUDs have talked with CCI about securing these payments in advance. Where certainly they're getting the funding and partnership to build out their networks. So that's not going to change over the 8 years. And I think with the CUDs then being reliant on CCI for that annual payment, I do worry just a bit about any pressure there might be on this, on the CUDs for, you know, a better compliance review than might otherwise happen. So I wonder if the CUDs contemplated that, if they've made that request, and if they haven't, if they're willing to.
We, and Terry, Laura, Jeff can chime in here, but we did not make that request. The annual payment was really just a way to keep it simple. And so that it would happen in, I think we set it up for a January single payment. Now, of course, our council, the council's job is to make sure that we reduce or minimize our risk in the out years. So I expect that just like, I think we're very pleased with our contract, our operating agreement. As I said earlier in the presentation, it anticipates transfers, sales, defaults. It anticipates quite a bit of things and holds CCI accountable, including penalties and default, et cetera. So I don't see any reason why this is, I think, a simple add. So we had not contemplated that. Laura, we didn't ask, but I believe that if the concern is that, I would anticipate we'd look into the future to make sure that in 2032, if something happened to CCI, their successor and interest, or somehow we're not left holding a bag. That's our MOU, when you look at it, is 4 bullet points. It's very simple, but it reflects the intent of the parties to be translated by council with CCI. So I have no objections to addressing that issue when we get to that point. If
Can I
that's,
ask something? Do you expect the order of magnitude of the once annual payment will be material to CCI?
I don't know the answer
You don't think
to that.
You don't have anticipate what kind of number that is?
No, but I can tell you the paperwork. So as my colleagues here at the VCBB, for us to submit, there's a lot of work that goes into requesting grant payments.
Yeah.
And documentation. And we promised to provide some documentation as well. So we were just trying to keep it simple.
So may I, Lisa, it would be really helpful to me if you all were willing to engage with CCI and see if that is something that's possible. This is a pretty significant step that they're taking. And what the conditions might be for them to do this. I think it's, I'm really pleased to see that they've come to the table with you all in this really important way. And this would be, I think, an additional goodwill gesture. And perhaps there are stipulations that might make that more comfortable for them. But if you all would be willing, I would really appreciate it. I know you've done a lot of work so far, but that's it for me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
I think Southern Vermont might have some. Terry.
Laura, could I ask you just to clarify what exactly you're asking for? Just to make sure I understand.
Yes, I am asking if the 3 CUDs would ask CCI to make that, rather than to make annual payments, to make one payment. Perhaps they would like it to be held by the department or the board, but rather than having that annual payment transaction, to make one payment transaction for the term of the agreement.
Can I ask Laura a question? So Laura, I'm having a problem actually with that because, putting it on the VCBB or the state to administer such a payment may not give the CUDs the kind of flexibility or
They certainly don't need to do that. It was a suggestion to me if there's some concern by CCI, perhaps they could outline, about making that advance payment Perhaps that would be a means of alleviating some of their concerns. It's certainly not a recommendation to me. I mean, if they want to make it directly to the triumvirate, whoever is going to end up fulfilling that role, that I think is ideal, really.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, you're not making this a condition such that you don't agree this is a good agreement unless they do this. You're just asking that they ask for one-time payment.
Am deeply appreciative of the work that has happened here. I think we have the bones of an ideal situation for Act 71. And I think that Lamoille has met the requirement that we gave them to come forward with a means of sustainability. I think it would be in all of our best interests, including CCI's, to go back to CCI and see if they would be willing to make this as a one-time payment at the beginning, because they will already have received the value of the public investment to expand their network. And so then we don't have to, we maintain kind of that additional less pressure situation on the CUDs in terms of their compliance certifications.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Board? What I'd like to do, Christine, is include a spot on the agenda for next month for us to come back around and ask questions. So give us time to review in case there's any other questions we want to bring forward. Your presentation was very clear. Thank you very much. It sounds like a tremendous amount of work has gone into it. Apologize for not diving in material, but for that.
Patty, I'm sorry, I have one more question.
Go ahead, Laura.
And I guess this is probably a question for Tony. Does the board need, or do the 3 CUDs need us to sign off? I guess they do need us to sign off on this, but I just want to be clear for everyone.
It's my understanding, Laura, that the CUDs only need the board to sign off to what you basically just indicated that you were willing to do, which is that they have fulfilled their obligations under the grant agreement, not that the board has to sign off on the sustainability agreement, which has already been signed with Consolidated.
Okay, the sustainability agreement was, that contingency was for Lamoille, and the board has not voted on that, right?
Correct.
Right. And so that would be the piece that we would be voting on. We are not voting and don't have the ability to vote on the CUDs, the 3 CUDs agreement with CCI.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and just to close, I'll make sure that's on the agenda, Patty, for the next meeting.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So that gives us happy to have those conversations with CCI. Thank you for your time. And then I would just, and when we get to item 14, I'll talk to you again.
Excellent. Okay, that brings us to item 8 on the agenda, Fukuda update.
Hello. Very short update today. A lot of our work right now is focused on the future and things that are not quite ripe for updates. But just to start off and congratulate Laura, Lisa, and Terry on the work they've done. I know all the CUDs are excited for them and excited to have this kind of forward-looking realization that you guys will be around and part of the story for a long time. So that's awesome. We'll make some comments in public session about BEAD, and so we'll come back for that. I think just a couple other notes for you all. Our work with the CCI docket continues. That'll be wrapping up pretty soon. We do have a working group that's starting to talk a little bit about what kinds of detailed policy work we need to do around affordability, and particularly developing formulas and criteria for both the consumer side subsidies that might be necessary in the future, as well as the provider side subsidies. And our current model thinks about separating those two to make sure that the consumer's needs are met, but also sustainability is met. So we're continuing a working group on that. And, you know, we've had a brief conversation with VCBB staff about how to work together on that going forward. But most of our work is really focused on prepping for future programs and things that are going to come this fall and into the winter. And we'll talk about those at some future date. So unless there are questions, I'm going to keep it really short this month.
Okay, thank you, Rob. Any questions of Rob? None. Thank you, Rob, very much. Let's move on to
Number
item 9.
Number 9, yeah.
Board approval
Lucy.
and use of DocuSign for per diem. Lucy.
Go ahead, Lucy.
Thank you. So in the spirit of efficiency, hi, Holly and Dan, haven't met you yet. Nice to meet you. I'm proposing that requests come in from board members for expenses. Once received, they will then be coded for what the state requires for financial processing and then uploaded to DocuSign, where the requester will initial that this is the correct document and then go to either the chair or co-chair, depending on who it is, then get a signature and a date. And then lastly, Christine would then sign and date. What DocuSign does, it's timely, it's efficient. It'll also notify you via email. Depending which email, I can put both emails if that's required, if you want that. And at the end, you have the document saying when everything was finally signed, which then would be my cue to upload to the financial division at the Public Service Department. Then it goes through that process. I also, when in DocuSign, I like to send an email saying, please check your junk mail, and saying this is upcoming. If for whatever reason there are delays, DocuSign allows me to resend. It also notifies me, oh, this has been pending for 3 weeks. It's just a matter of getting the per diem expenses processed in a smooth, streamlined manner. And we just wanted your approval before we implement this, if this is okay with everyone.
We have to take a board action on this. This seems more.
It's a process
to me.
It was, yeah, it was maybe courtesy.
Yeah.
How about consensus?
Yes.
Consensus
I have
there, I love that.
I have no trouble with this at all. Do we need special software to do it?
No, and DocuSign does not require you to have a login. You just get a notification, you click on it, it brings you to where you need to sign, and that's it.
I once bought a house doing this. It's no big deal.
Yeah, I can assure you, you'll find it easier. I actually require everything to go DocuSign for me to sign, so I think this is just a courtesy update.
No problem here. I'm seeing a lot of nods of the head of affirmative. Yes, let's move toward this way.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lucy.
Okay, let's now move to item 10, parking lot update.
Thank you, Jenny's doing a great job, and she'll do a presentation on where we are.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, I was muted. So this is our parking lot update. Let's see. I'm gonna just move this. There we go. So the items on this slide are items that have been addressed are already by the staff. So number 85 was addressed with a legal memorandum as well as a memorandum from Ms. Halquist, which was included in your board packet. Number 90, the KPI scorecard, was sent out under confidential cover last Friday. Number 81, Ms. Sibilia asked the policy around the CUD audits. Ms. Sweet advised Contracts and Grants Administrator, PSD, ensures grantees are meeting the requirement to have a single audit. Director of Regulatory Compliance, VCBB, reviews the single audit reports for compliance issues when received by the state. Director of Regulatory Compliance, VCBB, drafts a decision letter if follow-up action is required. Single audits are also reviewed as part of the risk assessment process prior to issuing a new grant. This is captured in the roles and responsibilities document. Number 80, Ms. Halquist provided a response with a memorandum that too was included in the board packet. Number 75, the CV-NEK merger plan will be addressed in just a few minutes. And number 72, a presentation was prepared for the July meeting. The board didn't request the information, and so Mr. Fish provided the information individually to Ms. Siblia. The items on this slide are items that remain in progress and staff anticipates being able to address for the next board meeting. I just wanted to let you all know as well, you may start to see some items that were in the parking lot or have been in the parking lot for quite some time. I'm going to start to bring some of those items forward as I review older tasks just to ensure the completion of those tasks. And as always, I encourage you to reach out to me if you have questions or if there's any items that you would like to have brought to a higher priority. Thanks.
Thank you, Jenny. Any questions, comments from board? Okay, seeing none, let's keep moving along on our agenda. Brings us to item 11 on the agenda, which is the date for our November meeting.
So that
Jenny, are you gonna
again,
tee this up?
yeah, so I'll just share my screen again. Let's see here. All right, so we have 3 different options, either Monday, November 4th, Tuesday, the 12th, or Monday, the 18th. And I didn't want to make assumptions on what might be best for all of the members of the board. And just knowing also that it's a holiday, there's a holiday in there as well.
I'll lead with the 4th and the 18th are open. I cannot do Tuesday, the 12th. And the 18th are open for the board members.
4th is not good for me, but I could do it. So let's focus on the 18th.
Does the 18th work for others?
Yes.
Yes. Laura?
You're on
I
mute.
think you're muted, Laura.
It looks like they both work.
Okay, let's go with November 18th.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
Is this an in-person meeting?
At this point, let's plan for virtually.
Since we're having such a heck of a time getting everybody together.
Yeah, who knows what COVID's doing, huh? Geez, seems like we have an outbreak. And I fed 80 homeless yesterday morning, so I feel bad for them.
Oh, boy.
Yikes.
Okay, so, all right. So confirm next meeting date is September 9th. Should be a standing placeholder on our calendars. So September 9th is our next meeting. And we're planning that to be virtual as well.
And I won't be present.
Okay. Okay, so no Holly. Okay, let's move on to item 13, which is public comment.
Yep, Rob, go ahead. Would you take that,
Sure.
Rob?
Okay, do we have any public comment? Let's do online first. Please raise your hand and come on video. Going once, going twice. No one. Do we have any public comment in the room? Well, public comment is now closed.
Okay, thank you.
I actually thought that I had heard Rob Vitsky say they had additional comment. I recognize no one just turned on, but
Well, I was waiting till after the CUD spoke and they're all in the room, so then they didn't speak. Laura, the comments are really very simple. Just a comment on the BEAD timeline that Alexi posted. I think folks do have questions about the workshops and the timing of those and other things, but generally people were very complimentary of the expanded schedule and kind of what felt like a much more reasonable timeline. So we're excited with what's there compared to the last version we saw, and look forward to working with you on some of the detailed questions about some of the workshops and minor scheduling items. But it's good progress.
Okay, thank you. So that closes out public comment unless anybody else. Room? Anybody online? Right, public comment is closed. Let's move to item 14 on the agenda, broadband grant amendment applications.
Yep, I'll turn that right over to Christina. Christina, go ahead.
Okay, so we have three, actually that's the wrong spreadsheet. We have three applications that we have received for broadband grant amendments for the CUDs to use the remainder of the ARPA funds allocated to their universal service plans. So these were grant amendment applications that we received after the last meeting where the idea was approved to, as Tony put it, break down the walls between amendments, pre-construction and construction costs and allow CUDs to apply for any remaining funds allocated to their universal service plans. I recognize that I believe these grant applications were also shared confidentially. So I have a summary here of the grantees, the amendment request, and the purpose. So I'll just roll through that summary right now, and then we can open it up to questions, and any grantee representatives would also be available to answer questions. So the first request we have is from DB Fiber. The amount available to them to apply for was $11,385. And they requested those additional funds to cover administrative and overhead costs related to their construction grant project. So this would support some of those administrative and overhead costs that they are for the construction project that they're undertaking now. The second request is from EC Fiber. They were allowed to apply for up to $651,107. And this would allow EC Fiber to complete more of phase 3 under their 9-stage construction project before returning to the bond market. So it would allow them to continue with their grant funded project, but be able to cover more of that with grant funds before returning to the bond market. The third application is from Lamoille FiberNet. It's for $629,352. And this would allow Lamoille FiberNet to complete its universal service plan by the end of 2025. And subsequently, they would not need to apply for additional state match or BEAD funding. And they would plan to deobligate their BEAD subrecipient support grant of $55,570. So again, these amounts were the remaining amounts allocated to their universal service plans. And they have applied to use them in the ways that were best suited to helping them move farther along or complete their construction projects.
And that's all ARPA funding.
Yes.
And what's the remainder in our ARPA allocation?
So the remainder, we would still be looking for other CUDs to apply for their remainder, and then we would be, by the end of September, we would have $0 left to obligate under our SFR funding, which is the most time sensitive, and we would have 2.6 million under our CPF funding, which Rob has suggested other uses for.
Sure, and we will discuss those uses the next board meeting, and we believe that number is going to increase. The 2.6 will probably add another 1.5 million to that, is what we believe at this point.
Is there a recommendation on the part of staff? Like, I mean, these grants are subject to conditions that are becoming increasingly in focus. I'm probably misremembering, but has EC Fiber received an ARPA grant before?
So they have a current ARPA grant that was just signed in July.
Okay.
So this would really, it doesn't change the scope of their project. It would just allow them to complete more addresses with ARPA funding before returning to the bond market. And I would say that all of the grantees that have applied are up to date in their reporting requirements. So
That's what I was looking
we don't see any red flags in these applications. They all seem very straightforward and would be amendments to their current grants.
I want to point out that we, the board, have not talked about the KPIs specifically. So the fact that staff is confident that they're in compliance is a little bit of a black hole for us because of the order in which we're doing this.
And I would say too that Alexi's going to speak more about the KPIs. I'm speaking in many ways from the grant compliance side of things.
Yep.
But I also, thus far, don't believe we have any red flags about their performance either.
Okay. We will be getting to KPIs today. Yeah, but we're being asked this now. I know, but we will be looking at this. Come hell or high water. Exactly. Okay, anything else?
No, happy to answer questions, or you can take it away.
This is just an update. You're not asking for action.
It's a motion. Isn't it?
No, it's a recommendation for the board.
It's a request for these amendments.
Yeah, the money's allocated, right? You said we'd bring the account to 0. And we draw it down.
So this gets us closer to 0 on our SFR funds.
Yeah.
So did you want to move that, Dan?
I'll move. I don't know what the exact number is, but then can we do it in 3?
Wait.
That we,
Wait. Can I just interrupt?
but then we have to discuss.
Sorry to interrupt. I agree with Holly's sentiment. Can we just table this till we do the KPIs so we have whatever better picture we have before, and then we can just we can do the motion right after that?
Sure.
That's the right way to sequence this. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Ready?
And just, I'm gonna let everybody know just as we move through the remaining parts of the agenda, anything that was in that Friday email that I didn't see, I'm going to abstain. I'm not up to date on material.
Second, you got 2 of us that are in the. And I can't get online here, and nobody has the password to get online evidently, so I even tried to do it through my phone's hotspot, and I can't get a network key. I know, so everybody else seems to be able to get online except me. It's asking me for this SOB site is asking for a network key. I can't get even my phone to connect. I'm sorry.
I'm using the hotspot.
I can't get my hotspot.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Laura.
Can we, is the proposal that is out there right now to delay approving these until
The next agenda.
guys, the next meeting?
No,
Not
no,
to the
no,
next
next
meeting.
agenda
No,
item.
no, not to the next
like,
meeting.
like 30 minutes, or however long it takes us to get to the KPI thing on the agenda.
Okay, and
We should take a look at the KPIs to make sure we understand them, and two, nothing for these three flags us, and if they don't, then I think we can go to the motion.
at that point, both Holly and Patty will not be voting.
Correct.
I guess
think it's
my
too
preference
fast.
would be that we have all the board members able to vote on these. Is there an ability for us to meet briefly before our next meeting? Like next Monday? For an hour at noon, for instance?
Would it be possible to take a break?
Yeah, I
Why don't
will
we
also
take
say
our-
they're very short applications if you're,
I can
I
figure
mean,
out how to get Holly online.
yeah.
I'm
State guess.
thank you, IT Department Birmingham.
Lowercase.
That state, yes.
Yes, one word.
Thank you.
Lowercase.
My recollection, this is a question. My recollection was that these funds needed to be moved out of this account and allocated. They become lost. They get returned. Is that,
Wait,
is that?
We want them to be allocated by the end of September
Obligated.
or obligated, but that means in a grant agreement, so.
But the one
Yeah.
other condition is that Lamoille's at request needs to get baked into its partners. Or it just is there a CCI timeline that you're requesting?
We'd like, right, we're trying to get into their budget cycle, so.
And the deadline on
next
that?
week and September is drop dead.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Okay. I think we should try to do this.
They're very short.
Yeah, and you know, maybe I'm closing on getting in there.
I will, I just have to note that I will have to leave at 2:30 today.
Oh, well, that goes to form if we don't, geez.
I mean, would you three be comfortable taking action with two of us abstaining?
I
why
would
not?
not be. I'd prefer not to.
But why?
Why?
Staff has reviewed it, and if three of you have reviewed it, go forward.
I think you should take the KPI discussion for personally, but you know, the three of you are a quorum.
Exactly. Don't hold them up.
I'm okay with that, but I've read the documents. And I know the financial circumstances.
Are you planning to abstain, Laura?
I'm concerned about where the board is with the Lamoille application and having only 3 of us vote on it.
But I mean, Lisa provided a great mechanism with which to move on Lamoille by stating you can approve it conditioned on, what was the word you used?
contingent on subsequent approval of the sustainability plan.
Yeah,
Got
there we go. There we go. Works. It gives us, 2 of us, time to read the material, and if we have
Yeah, but
questions.
look how short the material is. That's it. Right there.
I'm
The line will
happy-
be slightly longer, but
Oh, this
it's
is the
into their
other
whole
one.
plan.
So I'm happy to move forward today and vote on these. I think this situation that is in front of us is indicative of the fact that we may not be meeting enough and therefore aren't able to get all of the materials. Yes, Brian, because it took until the Friday before we were meeting to get all of the materials to us. And the board has, it's a reasonable request to have materials to us in a timely fashion. Yes, I would rather meet more frequently and for less time and get more done.
Yeah, I don't think the lack of timeliness on the materials is a symptom of not meeting enough, Laura. I think it's a symptom of, demands or preparation on staff to get that stuff out. It's just, it's not a logical argument, sorry. Doesn't matter. Let's just get through
Staff-
this, right?
Staff did
Let's just
have
get
a
through this.
horrific amount of volume of material.
Yeah, we had a very.
You had a
large
horrific-
volume of
You had a perfect
materials.
month.
Yes.
Right.
All right,
Which
let's
has
do
nothing to
this.
with meeting frequency.
Let's do this. Let's do the KPIs. What I've heard is that before we take action on 14, review KPIs is in order, and then we'll come back and take action on the grant amendment request.
If we,
So
yeah,
let's
I think that makes
let's
good
kick it
sense.
up and let's do the KPIs. And Laura, you have to leave this meeting?
At 2:30.
Well, you know, I'm sorry, with all due respect, Laura, I am mindful of the fact that you're asking the whole board to meet more often, but this meeting that stood in stone in advance for months is being cut short. So I'm not inclined to.
And when this meeting was scheduled, it was clear that I had a conflict at work, that I would not be able to come in person, which I very readily communicated, and we proceeded, which is fine and as to be expected. So I think it's been also widely known that I would have to leave early, and that is why I am not there in person.
All right, let's
Every
move
minute we
on
do-
to KPIs.
Every minute we do this, we're getting farther away from our objective of reviewing the KPIs and trying to get.
Good.
this
Yeah,
thing done.
let's move on to KPIs. End the discussion, please. Christine, can you move to KPIs?
Yes, but we have the NEKCB grant amendment, which is, I think,
We need to do KPIs first.
We need to do
I
KPIs
think your
first.
chair asked you to do the KPIs first.
okay. All right.
That would have been a more logical sequence for the agenda to begin with.
Okay, no problem. We'll have to go into executive session, and Alexi will lead this discussion.
See you all.
You can leave.
Yeah, we'll come get you.
All right, I'm gonna make a motion that we move into executive session pursuant to 1 VSA section 313, paragraph A6, which protects records exempt from the access to the public records law. Second, thank you, Holly. Any discussion?
I need to be there.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. You opposed?
Okay, did you get to
All right,
us?
we're moving into executive session. All board members will be in attendance. Staff, Tony, Rob, Alexi. Jenny. Not Jenny. Christina. Like, that's the wrong one.
Scratching. Alyssa, and I believe Jenny, potentially, she may have to move us back and forth.
Okay, Jenny and also Christine. Anybody else?
I think that's everybody.
All right.
Now, we are looking at, you're going to project.
I just
Well,
want to make.
we're not in executive session. Did we approve the motion? Yeah. Okay. Jenny,
Oh, did
please.
we? All those in
I don't know.
We did.
Working on it.
Okay. Okay, I may have the ability to do, okay, everybody should be moved over. You should get a note that allows you to join it.
I believe I'm in it.
You're in it, and you should be all.
I see myself in it, not on the screen, but I see everybody, so let me.
$1,352 for a total of $1,291,844.
Okay.
Okay, we are back, I believe. Okay. Denise, okay.
I have to step out again.
Can folks hear us?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Brian, can you say something so we know if we hear you?
I am saying something.
Oh. Is that still muted? Or the mic, on the mic, the speaker?
We can hear you, Rob.
Everything's clear here.
We can't hear the main line.
What's the other one?
Even just come back.
Oh, five.
Ah,
Oh,
Okay.
now it's on. Say something.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Monday is. Can you hear us?
I can hear, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can't hear you.
this stuff has been on.
That's the grant request. I'm saying MOU. Understood. I know that it's all through.
We're gonna go through and make a recommendation. For Timothy Acker.
That's right. So. Yes. Go ahead. The more we get through. Somebody press. Yes. No. Condition. And the condition is.
In terms of MOU, or the MOUs.
Yes, and you could just call it the MOU, but I think it's an MOU with three parties. Yeah, that'll work as well.
What's this KPI?
Delivered, or is it the delivery of the data required for KPI? I mean,
I'm fine, but I just.
I totally agree. No, in real life, you could get a law degree and an engineering. I think we're already there. Really like presenting. My daughter has an engineering degree and she keeps threatening to go to law school. I'm like, no, really, they're good.
All right, so. You good with people on the screen?
I don't know. I don't think we can hear them
I'll
still.
have to do the same rinky dinky thing I've been doing.
What happened?
I don't know.
We lost their sound, huh?
It happened when we went into
But they can
executive
still
session.
hear you.
Can we kind of clunk along
We
this way
can hear you.
for the remainder?
but Probably.
Yeah, they can hear us, so.
All right, let's move to agenda 14.
Because we did what?
Agenda item 14.
Well, it's just the system.
Oh, wait.
That's what I'm
Oh,
saying. We'll suggest we leave the meeting and rejoin as the room and seeing if that fixes, since the problem only came up when we went to executive session.
Because you transferred people over
Yeah.
instead of
So
closing
we
it out.
drop and rejoin on that thing.
Before I do anything.
You want to try
Okay.
that? No,
All right.
I don't want to do it.
It's okay.
Oh, no.
We will be back. It's a red button.
Let's see if anything happens here. Okay, can you all hear us?
Yes.
Yes.
Sometimes it's just the easy solution, but after turn it on, turn it on.
Thank you, Eric.
Oh.
All right.
Is your computer okay? Yeah, I'm okay.
More
Who's
concerned
bringing
about
it?
you.
I did that once in the middle of a cross-examination, Rob. It's much worse than.
Wheelchair, high blood pressure, that's the struggle. Hey, we have the recording is still happening, so that's good too. Okay.
Okay, so we ready to roll? Are they,
They can hear us.
and we can hear you?
Yep,
All right.
you're good.
Excellent. Let's move back to item 14, which is the broadband grant amendment applications for DV fiber, EC fiber, and Lamoille fiber. We're going to take these individually. This is, so DV fiber has requested a grant amendment of $11,385. I move that we approve DV Fiber's request, conditioned on data required for KPI compliance. Data to VCBB staff. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Is there discussion? All right, hearing none, I'm going to call the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. And I'm just going to make a note that during the executive session, I rattled through the 3 grant material provided in the Friday email. So I'm taking action on it. Holly was not able to do that. She is not in the room right now. So we have, the motion still carries 3-0. Should we abstain? Here? You have a chance to abstain.
Abstain.
This is for the DV fiber grant application.
Okay. Yep. I think that-
So 3 in support, 1 abstention, and Laura's not here, so it's, the motion carries 3 with 3 votes. The next application is EC Fiber, and they've applied for $651,107. I'm gonna make a motion that we approve that request, also conditioned on providing data required for KPI compliance. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Dan. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Abstain.
And we have 1 abstention. Holly is abstained, so the motion carries with 3 votes and 1 abstention. The next is Lamoille, that has made a request for $629,352. I make a motion that we approve this grant request conditioned on 2 items: data required for KPI compliance, and also the Lamoille Board's approval of the terms of the MOU as presented. Wait, does that make sense? What should that line help me with that?
The VCBB board. The VCBB board approves the
The
sustainability.
MOU, the MOU,
The
the
VC,
VCI.
so we're gonna come back to the sustainability plan discussion as presented today. And the second tier of the approval of today's grant funds is conditioned on the VCP board's approval of the MOU.
Or do you want to make that motion and then go into discussion? Yeah.
Yeah, when we do
Yeah, let's
that.
make that. So that's the motion on the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, discussion.
Thank you. So we have a sustainability plan that would, and the MOU is a contract between CCI and the 3 CUDs. That's not for you to approve. It's the plan in compliance with our grant condition that we want you to approve. And our package includes a copy of the MOU. You can see it.
We say conditioned on VCBB board's
Execute
approval
MOU.
of the sustainability plan as presented today.
Yes, which is directly
Yes.
tied to the MOU.
That's-
Thank
yeah.
you.
That's true.
All right.
Thank
That's
you.
all right.
So that's a rework of the second tier of the,
We'll revisit the sustainability plan in September.
yes.
I'd love to be here.
Okay, excellent.
Does this mean that we can process the amendment though? at this point?
Yes.
Yeah, great.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I mean, last year what we did was made the release of funds contingent on Tony's approval of
Perfect.
the executed contract. This will be similar. You'll
Exactly.
be able to take one last pass at the sustainability plan.
All right, so the motion is on the floor with an amendment to change the second condition to VCB board's approval of the sustainability plan as presented today. Do I have a second? Dan seconded. Is there discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Right.
Ayes.
I guess I have to abstain just because of the timing and materials for me.
Okay,
Sorry.
and then with one abstention, the motion carries with 3 votes. Right, we're done with 14.
Yay, thank you.
So I just want to say out loud that in each and every one of these situations, the board was very interested in what the KPI data had to say
Thank you.
and concerned. And so all CUDs should be on the edge of their seats when there is a discussion of KPI data. And I went so far as to appoint a special committee, did we not?
Yes, we have a committee to review the KPI information that we're collecting, and this information is important to the board so that we can allocate grant dollars appropriately and prudently. We're going to be using the KPIs to inform our decision making.
Thank you.
Actually, I'd rather not take comment at this point. You'd open it up to a whole can of worms. Okay, let's now move to item 15, which is any KCV grant amendment. Krista, you want to tee us up?
Sure, thank you. So we are here, I can do it without sharing actually, but so we're here to request a approval of the assignment, which happens as a matter of law under the merger statute of all of the assignment happens as a matter of law, not your approval of the assignment of all CV fiber VCBB grant contracts to NEK Broadband doing business as NEK CV. Specifically amendments of the contracts that CV Fiber has with VCBB to specifically state NEK Community Broadband DBA NEK CV. Upon an affirmative vote of the governing boards on August 15th and subsequent report to the Secretary of State on August 16th. The status of where we are on May 30th, as you know, we voted to approve the preliminary merger plan. On July 9th and 11th, the CV and NEK governing boards voted again unanimously to approve the merger. And the motion that they took at that time was what the motion on the table that they voted on was that they would approve the final merger on August 15th, that they would be present and approve the final merger on August 15th, barring any new information. And we did that because we needed to be moving forward on our business. So that's the status. Those votes have been held and we have a vote being held on the 15th. And we've been working as one organization. So the second part of the amendment request, and I have a proposed motion, is the ability to transfer up to $6 million in inventory and make-ready work from the construction grant to either the pre-construction or materials grant of the merged CUD. So what that means is that there is inventory that was purchased in the construction grant that is not needed for the construction grant. In other words, 400 plus miles of inventory is in the warehouse, but the total grant for the entire The entire grant was 405 miles originally and is now less than 405 miles. So there's also make ready that occurred that was that's not necessary for the construction grant. So the desire is to, work with staff to move the appropriate amount to the to either the pre-construction grant or materials grant.
Okay, I have questions. Can I ask a question?
Okay, go ahead.
This is just a little bit mind-boggling to me. First of all, like the pre-construction phase doesn't involve materials or make ready. So you're talking about having the amount of dollars that was allocated for those things in construction moved to pre-construction.
So the pre-construction grants does include make ready work that is not included in your construction grant. And so there's make ready work that's in this construction grant that should be in the pre-construction grant.
Okay.
And
And is that for make ready already complete?
yeah,
It is. So really,
in 95, there might be one out there. Yes, for 95% of it is complete. Yes.
can you tell me why? Why you want to do that? Just I'm confused.
Sure.
Why you want to do that?
Yep. So the NEK broadband board so NEK broadband, we are not merging our grants. We are not requesting a merger of our construction grants. There's a CV fiber construction grant that will be in the CV fiber area. And there's the NEK construction grant, which is in the NEK area. And until and unless we actually get the BEAD award, we don't know that we have funding for the entire 71 town district. So that means that until we reach a point in time, hopefully, that we have funding for the entire district, up until that point in time, these two construction grants need to be kept separate because we don't want to be spending, Lunenburg's money in in whatever, Washington. And so we need to keep those two separate. At the same time, there's 400 miles of inventory in the warehouse, some of which has warranties that have been they're already in process, right? So some of our electronics, that warranty is ticking away. And so we want, and you know what it's like to have a wooden spool out on the yard. You don't want that out for multiple years. So we really want to be able to use the inventory in anywhere in the 71 town district, which means taking it out of the construction grant. I mean, we will leave in the construction grant the inventory that will be necessary to build the construction grant, right? But we're going to take out of it the inventory and the inventory that can be used elsewhere. And the reason that I don't have an exact number for you on that, I can tell you there's $5.34 million left in inventory. It used to be 5.8, now it's 5.3. I can tell you that there's, a value of make ready. But what I don't know is, depending on what happens with BEAD, how much of that inventory will stay inside of the CV fiber district versus the other one. So we're probably going to do this in pieces, right? And move them into either the pre-construction grant or materials. So you had three funding sources, and I'll just one I thought. We had the ability to get pre-construction funds, material funds, and construction funds. And my understanding from 2 meetings ago was that the VCBB had authorized the ability to move funding from one type, construction versus pre-construction versus materials, to another type as was necessary to meet the needs of the CUD. And so this would basically follow along on that concept.
But that second part isn't just staying within the same CUD that
It is.
it is.
I mean,
I thought maybe the pre-construction sounded like construction grants are going to stay put.
Right.
The pre-construction grants, are you moving?
the pre-construction grant is basically going to become a 71 town pre-construction grant.
And who is the grantee for the 71 towns?
NEK Community Broadband, DBA, NEK CV.
So are
We may leave the DBA off. I can talk to
Yeah,
that,
yeah,
but just,
yeah.
it's NEK Community
Doesn't matter.
Broadband. Yeah.
So you're actually, I'm sorry that this wasn't readily available to my brain based on what you filed, but so you're actually are taking money out of CV's grant and putting it into the new merged entities pre-construction grant.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
If I could just note for the record, the DBAs are 3 separate DBAs, right? It's Northeast Central, NEK Broadband, and CV Fiber, the 3 DBAs, not NEK/CV DBA.
So, yeah, so I'll provide an update on that. So when we filed our preliminary merger plan, the concept was that we would create an entity that was Northeast Central Broadband. And in a lot of discussions with board members held around communications and different ideas around efficiency and operations, it was decided that we should be one brand, not 3, or not having 2 NEK Broadband and CV Fiber. And we also recognize the workload that we have in front of us with BEAD and have elected to start our merged branding process after we're on the other side of BEAD, so that we're not complicating that. And so
Except for this pre-construction method.
I'm just referring to the branding process
Oh, I
of
see.
like, yeah. And so for a branding piece, we're going to do a whole branding campaign that happens, starting in 2025. And it's similar to what the credit unions did. So when the Vermont State Employees Credit Union and the New England Federal Credit Union merged, they took a year before they came out with a merged name. So rather than declare a name, because Northeast Central Broadband sounds like a name, we've simply declared a way of referring to ourselves as NEK-CV. And what that does is when you're talking to somebody in the NEK, they're relating to the NEK, because Northeast could be Northeast United States. I mean, it could be any body of land. And CV is part of CV's name. So we will have a DBA of NEK-CV. We have secured NEKCV.org. We have a very nice, I think it's on the top of your document, but there's a nice logo that combines both of our logos right now. And then post BEAD, we will proceed with our branding into one name and one overall brand, which will decrease our operational costs. But right now we have all our, materials, and we have no substantive need to fix websites or, spend money on the individual brands.
I have another question. So I am looking at your filed document here, and it makes a reference to, therefore we have reduced the remaining number of miles to build to roughly 60. This is about the CV Fiber grant. Are you tracking with me?
Yes.
How does that impact universal service in that district?
So our business model shows universal service is more achievable together than it was individually. The grant amendment, the original grant provided for 2,101 eligible addresses. And the current grant does 2,101 eligible addresses. And so what we did was we took areas where that were in the original grant that were fairly served, but had some unserved. And they got to other unserved places. I mean, there was a need for it. But we took that and we substituted it with miles that were primarily unserved. So we were able to get to 2,101 miles without, 2,101 eligible passings with fewer miles. And the second piece that contributes to this is, what is a mile? And in the original one, which was a high level design, it was based on roads. And we now have actual designs, right? The entire district is designed. And so in our rural areas where we have cooperatives and municipals, when we did rural electrification, we primarily went across the field. And so the hypotenuse is the mileage instead of the two legs. And so we see almost consistently outside of our GMP areas, almost consistently an almost 30% reduction in miles. And that is partly of our design, because our design, the way our design is done, but it's also because of the hypotenuse versus the roads.
And some independent power providers are taking their lines out of the cornfield and back to the road. So is that going to impact your long-term plan here? Are you going to get caught in between?
So right now, GMP is really the only entity that's done that. And we have specifically gone, which is a small part of both of our territories, most of which is already done. And so partly it's already done because they provided the tariff rider credits. And so we were taking advantage of those.
Yeah.
And partly it's done because their vegetation management, frankly, they get paid to do that stuff, right? They make profits on doing that stuff. So they were easier miles for us to do than the municipals. So we have worked with all of the municipals and the cooperatives to discuss their plans. And so far, most of the municipals have said, no, we are not doing that. And the cooperatives are a little bit more non-committal about if and when that will happen.
So
We do have arrangements with every one of our electric utilities that if there's any underground, even if it's a drop to a house for new service, if there's any underground, we're notified. And then we go in when their trench is open, we put in the conduit, whether it's served area, unserved area, whatever it is, that trench is open, get the conduit in there. Depending on the area, we also put in our handholds that help you pull the fiber, through and provide access if something happens underneath there. So that continues to be the case. So I think I've,
do you have a motion you want us to review?
yes, would you like me to put it up or to read it or?
Patty, what do you think?
I would like to hear what your exact request is for action of the board today.
Sure. And I realize that I'm not logged in, so I can email it to Alexi. How about that?
Go ahead.
Yep, I'm going to read it to you in just a second. And Alexi, I just sent you a share. You should get that in an email. Okay. TV Fiber and NEK Community Broadband seek an amendment. Amendment of the contracts from CV Fiber to NEK Community Broadband DBA NEK CV upon an affirmative vote of the governing boards on August 15th and subsequent report to the Secretary of State on August 16th. That's one portion of the vote.
Okay, so I'm just a little confused again.
Yep.
But we're keeping the two ARPA grants separate, but you're transferring the name of the grantee?
So So on August 15th at approximately 6 p.m.,
Yeah.
CV Fiber will cease to exist and NEK Community Broadband will take on all of the legal obligations of CV Fiber.
Okay.
And so we will, as a matter of law, take on the grant obligations that
Yes, so I was confusing things. You're talking when you say that grants stay allocated to each region.
that's just an internal thing.
That's a districting.
Yeah, that's just
Project management thing.
Yeah.
The obligor is still the new entity.
Correct.
Thank you.
Which legally is NEK Community Broadband. That's
Yeah.
the legal name.
So Krista, your direct request of us is to change the grantee name from CV Fiber to NEK Community Broadband, DBA NEK CV.
Or just NEK Community Broadband. I think it's probably not a good idea to add the DBA in at this point, just because it could change, so probably just keep it legal. Is that
And
okay?
contingent on the
Yeah.
board's vote to do that.
Contingent on their boards,
Their
not this board.
Yeah, both our board's votes.
Oh,
So,
Let's act on these. You have
can-
two requests?
Let's, go one up.
You have two requests? I'd like to act on them separately.
Yes, we can act on them separately. So that's the second bullet is the first request.
You're asking for amendment of the contracts from CV Fiber? That's what
The
you're asking?
amendment of the contracts between CV Fiber and VCBB.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, go ahead.
So I move that the VCBB accept CV Fiber's request to transfer its grant agreement with the VCBB, which I had a dollar amount there, to NEK Community Broadband, conditioned on the affirmative vote of the governing boards of both CV Fiber and NEK. It's NEKCD.
NEK Community Broadband.
Is that what it's called today?
Yes.
Okay. NEK Community Broadband on August 15th. Don't need that Secretary of State stuff.
I would just modify it to say that it's all contracts between VCBB and CV Fiber that would receive the name modification. Like it's not.
Is there more than one?
Yes, I mean, I think there's still a pre-construction. I mean, there's
two
like,
grants,
and there's the BEAD grant. There's, I was just like, whatever grants are there, that's why I was.
Duly noted, so nobody can read that back to me. But it should state all grant agreements between CV Fiber and the VCBB.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would like to add that that's going to happen anyway as a matter of law, so this is more of an acknowledgement legally.
I don't think that that's legally correct. So I don't think I'm going to accept your suggestion that we even listen to that, because our agreement is with you. And I'm not sure that we can assume that we'd approve that transfer to a third party. I think the grant is non-transferable. So I'm just, we don't need to debate that here today, but just be aware. I think I'm not going to concede that you don't need the board's approval.
Yeah, I think that we do need the board's approval based on the contract language. I think that the my reference to the matter of law in this instance is just referring to the fact that because CV fiber won't exist anymore, then there's.
It's gonna be hard to enforce that contract.
Right. So that's all. And yeah, so, okay.
All right, I'll second the motion. Is there discussion? All right, hearing none, let's call the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
You. Any nays? Motion carries 4-0.
And then the second one is the ability to transfer up to $6 million in inventory and make ready from the construction grant to the pre-construction grant or materials grant of the merged CUD. And I'm not entirely clear if I even need this motion, but I wanted it to be very clear that we are going to be moving funds out of this grant, construction grant, into, other grants of the merged CUD in order to utilize the inventory.
So every grant has a grant number, right, guys? And so it does matter where it's gonna go. So is there any recommendation on the part of staff about this moving of amounts? And whether that's acceptable?
Yeah, I'll let Tony speak to the acceptable part of it, but I will speak to the fact that it's prudent, and the fact that we want to get this material used up. Definitely before the BEAD program comes along. But Tony, why don't you speak to the legality of it?
Yes, staff does recommend that the material transfer along with the grant agreement. Nothing else really makes sense.
I can provide both grant numbers if that would be helpful. Okay, just one second.
There, yeah.
I'm just pulling up NEK Broadband's pre-construction grant.
And so it's gonna go into what was NEK Broadband's pre-construction grant.
Well, yes, which
Yeah.
is our pre-construction grant, but it's like our name isn't changing, right?
No, but I just think that's helpful for the board to know.
Yeah.
I don't actually have a problem. I mean, this is prudent use of materials, but I think we need to make sure that we kept our bookkeeping square. For compliance purposes. I should have.
So should I read the grant agreement, the construction grant agreement number into the record? Is that what? All right, it's 02240-FY22-Act 71 Construction CONST-03.
Is the source?
That's the 12.3 million construction grant.
And 6 million of it?
Up to
6 million of it will be relocated or transferred to grant number
02240-FY21-Act 71. So ACT 71 PREC-07.
If you would allow me, I make that as a motion that transfer happen.
Okay.
So that I just did.
Okay, second that.
Somebody.
Is there discussion?
Now, here's my question. There's a lot of material here about why it's prudent to do that. Is there anything that gives any of us, board member wise, cause for pause? Because we don't have the same staff analysis that we would have had we made that pre-construction grant originally.
We can speak to that.
Oh, you can. So maybe we should.
Okay, so Teles Fremen is here, so we have conducted the usual CTC review of the material, and including both the proposed changes in the network design, as well as the financials. So I don't know if you want to hear from Teles directly.
Yes.
Okay.
And then Teles, do you need to be in executive session for anything that you want to say, or are you able to?
Yeah, I won't speak to specific numbers if that helps. Yeah, I think what I say doesn't have to be an executive session.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Unless we want to get into the specifics, I guess. So I reviewed all the data that Krista provided, the NEK CV merger information, including any changes to network design, along with the updated financial statements and budget and forecast. And I did not do a full, just as a reference, I did not do a full comparison between this one versus the previous NEK and the previous CV fiber. That's a difficult undertaking. But there were a few things that I just kind of checked between the different models, and had any questions resolved. But their current model does show that they would be financially viable and under very conservative assumptions. So conservative assumptions for take rate, conservative assumptions for ARPU, those types of things are conservative, showing that they would be financially viable under a merger.
And one of the things that that we've identified is that as a merged entity, we will be able to reduce our rates faster than if we were not a merged entity, and thereby, get to affordability for more people in a faster time.
It has the benefit of being true.
That's good too.
And the last thing I'll say is that though our original press release indicated that we weren't gonna, change pricing or change any of this, given that we all have to do the October nutritional labeling, it's really important for us to just have one pricing set, right? And to just do that sooner than when we merge the brands. And so effectively, we're keeping NEK's price points, but NEK customers will see a speed increase on our lowest tier. So the lowest tier will be 100 with a $79 price point. NEK customers will see a speed increase on our second tier from 250 to 300, same price point of $102.95. And the CV fiber people that already have the 500 will be grandfathered in. They will keep their 500. New customers, when we roll this out, which will probably be around mid-November, our goal is to roll it out before our first organizational meeting, which is November 12th. But they will see we will no longer have a 500 plan. We'll have a 300 plan, just like EC Fiber does. And there will be a $4 increase for customers that would have taken 500 under CV's plan. And then there's a 1 gig pricing where we will see a NEK speed increase of double speeds from the 500s into the 1 gig. CV Fiber will have the same speed, but a $5 increase. And then we'll offer a 2 gig price point, which is where our current price point is for our 1 gigs. And I'm going to keep those prices until we have approval on these, but
You already said more than we.
yeah. So, but my point is that I think that we've been able to do something that really limits the increases that CV fiber people will see and provides more to NEK folks.
So Patty, this is the comment segment before the vote.
Sorry.
And I think it's warranted to say that while this has been a stressful time of reevaluation, that these parties are to be commended for their collaboration and their boards and all the other volunteer work that went into assessing the greater common good. Is really admirable. And
Very well said. And I'd like that in the minutes to be reflected in the minutes. It's really an important statement.
Thank you.
Kudos to both groups.
It's been wonderful to work with Janelle. We've had a really collaborative relationship in finding what's best for the merged organization. So I appreciate that, and our boards are working well together too. So
Yeah, just to recognize it's a heavy lift. The work that you guys have done is just tremendous.
And not every town. My experience of towns is too often they look for what's in it for them, and this time everybody wins. Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, further discussion on the inventory motion. Hearing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to item 17 on our agenda, which is an executive session for the board members.
Before we go into that, Penny, can I just make one comment? We have now allocated to the degree that we can all ARPA funds with some small exception, 2.6 million.
No, there is some remaining parts of the allocation to each of the CUDs that we will need to,
But there's those are the allocations to CUDs, but there's a unallocated.
yes.
Is it a part of the SFR?
Christina, I don't think it is the
Only
no, it's
CPF.
not. It's only CPF that would be left
CPF.
for the
Okay.
unallocated.
But I heard reference to the Rob Fish plan for that money.
There is a plan that we have been developing in conjunction with lots of consultations with the CDs to use $2.6 million for a drops program to deal with the affordability barrier posed by underground and long drops. We're still working out some of the details on that, but that will be ready for the September meeting.
Part of the reason why I'm asking you is because I really love the idea, but part of the reason why I'm asking you is to recognize that timing of having it come up in September, and I'm gonna be really sorry to miss that conversation. But that is that money that has to be allocated by 12/31? No, because it's the other. Okay, fine. I was just worried about time.
It's gotta be spent by the end of
26.
Is there any allocation deadline?
For this, no.
Just
Okay.
has to be spent.
Okay.
Yes.
I mean, finances and management are going to appreciate when we tell them exactly how we're going to spend it.
Yeah.
But it's not it's a totally different reporting process.
We still
and-
need to push on, but there's not some
Yeah,
hard and fast date that we have to be.
We're not gonna lose
Correct.
it. Yeah.
No.
yeah.
No, and I think this
Yeah.
program will be out there we'll have an open application period for quite a few months to allow everybody time to get ready, since there's going to be competing priorities both for our staff time and for the staff time of our potential applicants. So we'll tell you more in September.
Anything else before we move to the next agenda? item? All right, let's move to item 17, which is a board executive session for personnel matters per 1 BSA section 313A3, authorizing a public body to hold an executive session to consider personnel matters. Board members will be in attendance. Tony, we typically keep you in attendance with us. I think that's it.
That'd be just board members only.
Let's start first with that group and then. So all board members and Tony.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
So, and Jenny, you will have to open up that meeting, that breakout room. And then just stay in the other room, I guess. It's not,
Okay.
sorry.
This one. Melissa, do you want me to unplug yours?
Good thing the charter was the same. We just.
I'll go in the hallway.
Hi, everyone. The board is not going to be coming back into public session, so I'm going to end the meeting now.